No. 14 present, we have a quorum. I'll call the meeting to order at 10:07.
Pentru oni chapin taka pentru omnice chaya be katako ashte chetka hoke chapin talo na le taka kaja pixia be katako ashte chetka na uchozane woke wagla ka wagla zawal chapikta na la petuki taki wagla ka be kata wagla koktalo ya te kata woik chokit khana okoktalo wagla gwiana wagla gwichasha na uchota che wajila chate wajila Ocho chapik taka naha isamich ithacha wea naha wea wabska okte hena ya tako washte chetka naha ya kni ta omne chacha ya bika hekta kya naha ta wagla koktalo na ta kyukchok talo hem so ocho chapik talo naha wetu naha wana opto kyoki naha tako washte chetka naha oyate ogna naha le ta yikteki naha oyate ki ta wana huki na waki papi na kiksha piktalo na hu mani kagaki naha le betuki na watch tapikta na uchozani ktalo na ta wogla koktalo mitaki ogni ktalo Nitakasi. Hoka shalaya pikara kahukeha Oe Krishna Nashik Telo Ay Iyo Chlate Hay Oya Tete Hay Wichi Chagek Tacha Le Chamuelo Ay
Yesterday, Michelle asked to be excused. Are there any others for today? Sherry, Myla, Todd, and Stat. Robert.
Yeah, I excuse that young I'm down the road.
I can excuse that moon on top too. I got a revival that I got to start on.
Emily.
Good morning, Council. I'm requesting to be excused at 3 o'clock today.
Any others? Arnold. Is there a motion by Totes, seconded by Marion. Ben, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Carried. Okay, today we have Linda DeVille's retirement honoring at noon. RC HIP will be at 1, and then TLE will be here at 2 for the community. Anything else for today?
Just those things I talked about, I don't care, but they'll be under London National from the
Or
Tribal Ranch and Game Fishing Parks.
yeah, one from Tipple too, but it's in the rest.
Oh, is it?
Morning to the Oyate and to everyone listening. What did we do with the dog catcher advertising or the title of that? Because that was brought up with housing yesterday about these animals, and there was a motion made on the floor by Councilwoman Wright that they have a special meeting with game fish and parks, law enforcement, the animal clinic. Was that meeting ever scheduled? Because here we are again, not making any moves on these motions. And we don't want to lose a life because of, we want to prevent things from happening and we're not moving on anything. So can we look into that, get that meeting rescheduled and where that's at and for the advertisement for that position? Thank you.
That was with law enforcement and housing, right? SWA.
And game fish and parks also. Yep. Because they were all, in the animal clinic, they were all supposed to sit down and come up with a plan on how to take care of the dogs around here.
Okay. Anything else? We also have the secretary's report. We need to elect a chair, right? Yeah, for the election board. Tammy, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, the public relations position. From yesterday, your share brought that up.
And we're gonna elect for the fair also today, right?
Yep.
And then, set the interviews for that, and then, schedule the meeting with, on lot 62, and change the meeting date to include, the 30th.
Tammy, you guys included the 62 for the 29th.
The 29th?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was on there with PHQ.
I need to amend my motion to add on another day also. Can I do that right now for the 30th?
Yeah.
I'd like to amend my motion because we're having a special meeting on April 29th. I'd like to also to include the 30th on that too. Because we have housing and law enforcement to discuss also.
So we're gonna do the 29th and 30th?
And the 30th, yes.
Okay, so total for the 30th, I have so far Alias, SWA, and the legal opinion on management. Was that was opinion was brought up yesterday? What was for the 30th?
Yep.
What Lila asked for, or Emily, when that, about recusing?
Does that need to be?
Oh, no, there was a legal opinion on banishment. Yeah, that was brought up.
They wanted to continue that
Yeah.
conversation, but we need that legal opinion before we can. Sorry, Ben, I'm speaking out of order.
He's for banishment, yeah. The legal opinion. Anything else on that day?
Will we have the PR interviews? To discuss the PR, and then, the interviews for, the CEO for SWA.
For the 30th?
Yeah.
Add for the 30th?
Yeah.
The 29th. What did you want the 29th for?
You had that for all the,
We have the range unit 62, IHS, old business, and new business.
yep,
So I-
we put old business and new business on there because we haven't been getting through this agenda. So, we can get through some of these because there's some pretty important things. You know, we have elections coming up also. You know, we need to make sure that everything's in order. And then we'll just continue on with the additions that we started yesterday. make sure that law enforcement's on there, housing. Yes, so that's why we put old and new, so that way we can bring anything into that we want to discuss on those 2 days also. So that is my motion. I'm
Motion to amend it to include the 30th.
the 30th, yeah.
I'll second.
Emily said,
Who's second?
Emily.
Motion by Totes, seconded by Emily. Question?
discussion.
Mike?
Yeah, just a comment, on the subject of banishment, there probably should be some research,
That's what we're getting the,
going on right now
yeah, the legal
as we
opinion.
speak. That's probably the responsibility of the administration.
Yeah.
Get Eric or somebody working on that.
Chris?
Sorry, these are tinted, so I don't like running them. But, so for these meetings, I feel like it'd be vital or important if, instead of wasting a whole day to come up with a plan, maybe coming into the meeting, we should probably already have a plan or a rough idea of a plan. Because yesterday was a good example of, we had 19 in the room and we didn't get nothing great accomplished. We had a cultural liaison talk about getting the Black Hills back, making it a sacred site, and I know the tribes are doing some, but we wasted hours in the executive session talking about petty things, you know. So I just want to apologize to all of our programs. I want to apologize to all of our programs. I want to apologize to all of our people, and SWA too for wasting a lot of time yesterday. But most importantly, I want to apologize to our Sergeant at Arms. I noticed from just observing, we don't treat you with respect at all. You know, you try to keep order into this room, you try to keep us down to our 3 minutes, and if you can't get our point across in 3 minutes, we're just talking at that point. So I just wanted to say some of those things that, you know, we should be prepared going forward instead of wasting time. You know, we're legislators and we have an opportunity to do a lot of great things. You know, we don't need to waste time on breaking the rules because the precedent was already made. You know, we need to start focusing on what we can do legally and get it done in a good way without tearing each other apart. But I just wanted to say that because yesterday was a big waste of time.
And you know, yesterday wasn't a waste of time because we got to talk about things and bring it to the floor. And maybe we need to stop having admin leave. No more admin leave. We should only have it the day of the funeral. Because that is wasting time. That's costing the tribe money having admin leave. No one's working, but yet we're still paying people out. We haven't had a meeting for over a month. That's why we're where we're at today. So let's get some things done today in a good way, good energy, and we can get things done. So let's keep working for the people. Thank you.
Council, I want to remind you, when you ask them to speak, please stand up and don't interrupt each other. It's hard for us to keep order when we don't know, if you're not standing, we don't know if you're done talking yet or. Carl.
One, if we had time to look, we can add to a building code, an electrical code that's been sitting here somewhere for about a year. If we can approve that today, so we can set a public hearing date for it. And also on here, it's the chief prosecutor. We have the applicants for that.
I'll leave it to Janice.
Okay. Thank you.
Which, positions? So we have the chief prosecutor, the public relations officer, what was the other one?
SWA is
Okay.
director. Okay. Election board.
Election one?
Election board chairperson.
Chair. How
about the fair stuff? Are we gonna see anybody on the fair?
They're all under the secretary's report. You gonna start off with the report?
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, council. Good morning, listeners, FOIA, everybody, employees. The first thing that we have, that we need is for the council to select a chairperson for the election board, which wasn't done. How do you want to do that? Do you want to go by post-its or you want to go by nomination? Mike?
Madam Chair, before we get started doing that, if it's in order, I'd like to move at this time that we suspend the 3-minute limit on discussions for today's meeting and extend it to 5 minutes.
Motion. For seconds. Second by Tammy. Question. Emily. All in favor? For today.
10,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Oh, opposed.
I oppose.
4.
And we have 4, motion carried.
I just wanna,
I
I was opposed. I was opposed.
You're opposed?
Yeah, he wasn't looking whenever he was coming.
We had
Yeah.
Wayne, Ben, you, and Bob.
It'll be 10-4-0.
Well, should be 10-4-1. Oh,
Here?
okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. 10-4. So before we get started, I would like to just take a moment to send some prayers for Clifford Wright and Angie Fasthorse and their families in the Oak Creek community. Sending condolences and everything to everybody there on their losses. Okay. Emily.
Thank you. This is the first time I think that I've been part of selecting the chair, so I just want to make sure is there a process that we should be following? Like, do they normally give a recommendation or is it just totally up to us by chance?
Before we've done it by nomination and we've done it by post-it, so.
Thank you.
How does council want to do it? By post-it?
Electing the chair of the election board.
Yeah.
Just bring forth the names on the screen and post-its.
Like we always do, yeah, with the sticky notes.
We don't know who's all in there. Do you need time to find the list and stuff?
You can have the list, put it up there.
Mike,
The election board chair,
Michael.
it was just always done just by.
Madam Chair.
Mike.
Madam Chair, thank you. Has the election board
Yeah.
gotten order informally or otherwise to maybe,
Out of order.
I called on him. He did. I called on him.
my hand was raised.
The last time at a council meeting, you got the council elected the election board with new members, but failed to select a chair.
Right, but not, we're assuming they all would be willing to be,
Yeah, they're all seated. They were all sworn in.
to be chair, I mean. Yeah.
They're all seated and they're all sworn in.
They have, my question is, have they gotten together formally or?
They can't
informally?
because they don't have a chair.
Well, they could have gotten together informally, but if they haven't, they haven't. That was just.
They've had meetings just, FYI.
Yeah. They have meetings?
They've had meetings.
Alright.
Is this my sticky or?
Yeah, by sticky.
Yeah.
Better get a whole bunch.
Thank you, Sid.
I'll open them here.
So we're doing the election board right now, right?
Yeah, the election board chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I put on there, beside their names, how many each, member, how many votes each member got.
Yeah.
That's funny. Just to meet my grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that ain't the deal. Everything says on the bylaws. Yeah, she changed the bylaws, and after that, we can change them. Honey, what did we like?
Chair board, or chairperson for the election board. Yeah.
Already got them built. Yeah, here, let's use yours. I can't vote. I can't vote my
The motion for myself to vote for Chris.
Gosh. That's my second.
You should stick with it. Second. Give me favorite.
Eat them all? They're all stuck to your fingers. Okay, are you ready, Madam Secretary? Shakira. Shakira Radley. Shakira, please on that way. You think I know my readers? Esther Moore. Shakira. Shakira Radley. Shakira. Shakira. Esther Moore. Shakira. Joe. Joe Ford. Joe Ford. And Esther Moore. We have Esther Moore with 3, Joe Ford with 9, and Shakira with 8. Is that what she came up with? You got it wrong. You have Shakira should be 9, and Joe should be 3.
You read the number after his name.
Oh, yeah. I have Joe as 3, and Esther is 3. Oh, so Shakira actually had 8. Sorry, yeah, 8. Yep.
Yeah.
8. I read the correct.
They're 5 and 2.
Shakira with 8. Hold on.
You're calling bingo numbers.
6, 9. Everyone can see that? Said 8 and went like that.
The rodeo coordinator now?
Wait, now, is there a motion to
Vote
see?
to see.
Motion by Wayne, or second by Emily, and question by Topes. All in favor?
Secretary, outside.
That's me.
That's because of her.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, you guys just wanna go down the list? Do you guys wanna see these applications for all of these people? For these positions? For the, rodeo coordinators, And the veteran.
Do we pass them around just in case?
Yeah.
That's to pick a chair before?
No, these are the selections for the committee.
Oh, these are, we
Yeah.
never did pick them yet?
No, do these. We had to re-advertise or keep it longer because there weren't any applicants for special events at first, I think. Is that what it was?
Do we have any now?
Yep,
Yeah.
okay. The only ones that were for was the rodeo coordinator and the watching. Now we
They're all stapled together. In the back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Special event.
So it was just for chief prosecutor and the public relations officer, right?
SWA.
Right now?
No, just to see, schedule interviews, but I want to see how many applicants.
Let's say it, I'm-
Session, you get interviews. Right to that. Here's the name.
Yeah. Which I. Big boy.
Which one are we paying first?
That's it, bro. It's good for you.
Get stickies out to them.
Oh, that's something.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I just had a quick question. Did we get all of the closeout reports from last year's coordinators? And are any of them applying again? Maybe if we could just be aware of which ones those were that did not turn in their report.
Anyone watching?
Did neither one? Thank
I
you.
think Wayne said they did the financials on, I don't know, they came in and did a report.
Thank you. Did we have any complaints or any issues with anything in the past?
I see nothing in writing.
Thank you.
What about the rodeo, if you recall, that wasn't paid out on time or something?
Oh, yeah, that's right. No,
Oh, there was some funding stuff too.
we were looking, yeah.
We're gonna run out.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh. I thought she was coming to pick it up.
You how they believe.
That was really zoomed in when you were writing.
All of them,
Yeah. We're gonna do it one by one and wait.
Yeah, we're doing
We're just
rodeo.
doing rodeo first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rodeo there.
I just want to get it out.
We're going with,
Rodeo first, yep. So there's a stack of them that starts with this side. The rest of them are.
Right, yeah, I was gonna do that. Because, he's busy, I like stuff.
That one. Yeah. So that's the stack, all those guys and then. Thank you, sir.
Secretary, the sergeant at arms, the old poker player, if there's another miscount, can we make him shake out his sleeves?
Now that we do it with Emily Hill. Dropping him off up there.
Yeah.
It's because he loves it. People from the east. The rodeo, yeah.
Brenda did the financial report on last year's fair. She'll be in at noon. So, but those are all done. But as far as the individuals coming in to do a closeout report, that hasn't been done.
Okay.
You ready? This one is for rodeo coordinator? Yeah. Keep track, everybody. Throwing numbers out. Okay, Craig Lafferty. Craig Lafferty. Whitney Jones. John Yellowhawk. John Yellowhawk. Whitney Jones. Bill Ford. Craig Lafferty. Whitney Jones. Craig. Don Yellowhawk. Whitney Jones. Whitney Jones. Joe Ford.
Would be number 5.
Number 5. Number 5.
We got Craig with 4. Yep. Joe Ford with 3. Yep. John Yellowhawk with 3. Yep. And Whitney Jones with 5. Yes.
Okay, see,
Motion by Charles DeBrey to C, seconded by Wayne. Question? Okay. All in favor? All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Next one is special events.
Madam Secretary?
Yes.
And right now, for the record, I won't be voting this one.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
Madam President, I'd also like to accuse myself from special events.
Okay.
Last name will get
Thank you. Yeah. I think there's there's nothing written on them with names. Exciting. I know, yeah. You should. Simply all, or.
You might seat somebody that's been there twice for you.
They're all special events. This is the one, yeah, this one is for. We'll have to do different colors. I know. Actually, I know. Okay, special events coordinator, Allison Wright. Allison Wright. Allison. Allison Wright. Allison. Allison Wright. Allison. 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 Allison Wright. Allison Wright. And Allison. 13. The Allison Wright with 13. Yep. Motion to seat. Motion by Marion, seconded by Charles, question by Wayne. All in favor?
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Agreed. Motion carried. Okay, next we have the Washipi coordinator.
It's late in the sleep.
Yeah.
It's a $20 building.
But Mullen eats you here.
Well, he was trying to.
He back with the phone. Just stuck it on his nose. And check.
No.
Yes, Emily.
I just have a quick question. Are there any restrictions or anything on location? Like, do they have to be on res, off res? Is that anything we need to consider?
I don't know. They should be on res because the closer we get to Rosebud Fair, the more the fair board meets.
And just in general for any of these, I just didn't know if there was I just noticed that one of the addresses was not local. Thank you.
The same. But
You're there. I don't know.
it'd be kind of hard for them to. Alfred.
I just had a special events coordinator, what is their responsibility, like running softball tournament and stuff like that?
Anya used to be in that last year. It's mostly coordinating with all the events that aren't rodeo or Wachipi.
Yeah.
And last year I was tasked with coordinating all the vendors. I don't know if Whitney and them will do it this year or will ask that somebody do it again because I know they were experiencing a lot of burnout. It is a lot of work. I mean, I camp up there every year and I was up at like 7 working with these vendors, taking payments, checking you have to check to make sure that they set their oil in certain places. They can't just put it in the trash. Make sure that they have all of their areas cleaned, and there's different things that go on with the vendors, and I'm not sure. I haven't heard from Whitney. I've been getting emails from her, so I assume that she wants the special events coordinator to do that. Take payments and turn them in every day and everything. I do have my report. I mean, it's not full because I have not received a report from the garden contest.
I heard that got really controversial over some tomatoes.
Are you kidding?
Were they using your Cobra? The Miss Rosebud pageant and I do have the horseshoes, all the ball tournaments from T-ball, Little League, women's and men's, but I have not received anything on the garden contest or the pageant.
I remember last year, didn't council make a motion to have coordinator pick up the fees and stuff for revenue?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about for the vendors, yeah. And I also have that report.
You know, we need to really address things different this coming year. But we don't even have a report done. There needs to be a deadline for these people.
And I've
We
been
can't wait
asking-
this long, you know, to get these, and maybe they shouldn't participate anymore in being any of these leadership roles if they can't turn things in a timely manner.
Yeah, I know,
Thank you.
it's not fair to the other events that have turned their reports into me, like almost immediately. All the ball tournaments turn them in that Monday. And so I've had those for a long time, I've had the horseshoe, all of them, but just never been able to get a hold of anybody for the garden contest because the person that was selected was sick at the time, so her daughter ran it. And I've not been able to get a hold of
What was actually controversial?
Yeah.
For what?
Well,
Yep, I already gave you
Okay.
mine. Just anything with the veterans.
Allison said she's straightened out.
Give me that. Give me mine
Yeah.
too.
Okay, this is for Wachipi coordinator.
What you do?
Mike One Star. Madonna City Fair. Mike One Star. Mike One.
Ben.
Mike One Star. Mike One Star. Madonna sitting there. Mike One Star. Madonna sitting there. Madonna. Madonna. Madonna sitting there. Madonna sitting there. Mike One Star.
Tiebreaker.
Madonna sitting there. I have Madonna with 8 and Mike with 7.
All right, Ben, I'm ready now.
Motion to
Ready to
see.
see. Motion to see by Ellen, seconded by Toads and questioned by Marion. All in favor?
Fifteen,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
zero.
Motion carried.
Oh,
Okay, next we have Veterans Affairs. We need one seat.
You don't even play it.
Okay.
Used to be the worst thing from breakfast.
Will you be picking these back up? Because it might have personal information.
Yep. Okay, ready? Veterans Affairs, we have Fremont Dupree, or wait, no.
Francis, Franklin.
This is FREE, then MONT. Yeah. Fremont Fellows, Fremont. Fremont. Dupree. Fremont Fellows. Francis Dupree. Fremont. Fremont. Daryl Scott. Fremont. Fremont. Daryl. Daryl Scott. Daryl Scott. Daryl Scott. And Daryl Scott. 672.
I have a question before we see. I know I asked about the residency, but that's because I wasn't sure on these ones. I should have asked this before, but is there a, tribal member preference for any of these seats?
It doesn't state it in any.
It doesn't state it.
672, so Fremont. Yeah, no, Veterans Affairs. Motion by Emily to seat. Seconded by Ben. Question? All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not one.
1.
Ben, motion carried. Tammy?
I think Central has a seat that's, is it any other place?
That, I haven't seen it advertised. The only thing I see advertised right now is, the casino.
Double check if it is actually
Okay.
advertised.
Okay, now onto your list.
I'm not gonna do the meeting minutes next, or just go on to the.
Has everybody received the minutes and read through them? Or do you want to defer to the end of the report? You get a hard copy out, or are they all for the email?
Motion's not there. Got a little carried away on that.
At the very back, sir.
Sit on my hands.
You're kind of page, February 11th, at the bottom. Page 1.
Yeah.
Is that for that meeting out there?
Yeah. But then also on page 2, on that assessment, that ever come up to me yet? Like the third motion? No.
But she said she has it.
Okay.
Secretary, I just had a quick question. On February 18th, on page 5, the second motion, we don't have those positions been advertised? And it said they would be brought back in March. Was there any action taken?
I don't know about that action that was taken.
You know if they're being advertised?
For SOBA?
Yep.
I don't think we've ever done, the secretary's office ever done the advertisements for SOBA, have we?
No, I'm just asking if you know if it's been done.
Oh,
You don't. Do you know who we would be able to ask to find out if that process has been done? That seems like an important board that we would want to see if we remove them.
And we all follow reality, we shouldn't make them without research.
Order.
Who would I be able to ask for an update on that status or if that was even, and I was just curious on that action there.
Steve.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ben.
Sorry.
Thank you, guys. I should have just kept reading. Sorry about that.
you know, just, looking through these, we need to decide also about Prairie Hills. I think we should make that decision today since we have everyone here about voting on who's gonna take it over. Golf season's coming and a lot, you know, they have a lot of planning there. So when, Madam Chair comes back in, we should, bring that on the floor today also. We can.
Yeah, not even an hour in.
I can push it. And then Tanya, on February 25th, page 3, second motion is after it says until amendments are made to the ordinance and they receive training. That's what I gave to the secretaries.
Okay. Amend that to say that.
I don't think they would mess up. I think we said what was on the paper.
Fire breath. That comes out.
On February 18th, on page 4. On 1, 2, the third motion from the top. It says the vote was, and then there's no numbers in any of those votes.
Okay.
So it would have said motion carried, and so I didn't know if it was one of those things where we tabled it again, because then the next one down there, it's tabled. So that's why I wasn't sure what happened there. So I don't know if you could just look back on that and then either we voted or we tabled it. I'm not sure which one happened. It also doesn't say what that resolution was about.
Yeah, the reason why I didn't add the and I should have taken all of this part out where it says question and to motion carried, is because you guys had that discussion and then it was tabled. So
So
there
that
was,
one was tabled?
yeah, So I just need to take from,
And was that that MOU or which one was this? It doesn't say what that resolution is even about.
I think this,
And our county answer.
Emily, I think this was the one with the MOU with the US Marshals.
Yeah, okay.
It was-
So maybe if we could just update in there for future so we know what that
Okay.
one's talking about. Thank you. So it was tabled, okay. So the one that said motion carried with no votes, that one should be removed then?
yeah, no, from where Christopher seconded it, where it says question by to motion carried, I'll just take that out because he did second it, but then it was tabled. So I just need to take that little part right there out.
Oh, so it wasn't
Yeah.
carried, so the
Yeah,
motion
there was
wasn't
no
carried.
question and it wasn't voted on, yeah.
I just wasn't. Oh.
Any other questions on the minutes? Annie?
I need to amend my motion on February 10th, page 1, be the first motion, petition resolutions. Motion by Tamara Wilcox that petition resolutions be signed by all 20 council representatives and to add a yes or no box on them. I'd like to amend it to say that, these petition resolutions can be signed by DocuSign or by PDF.
So can we get a little bit of clarification on that? I know there was some confusion when that first came through. So so your intention was all 20 council reps have to, if they don't want to sign it, they check no and they don't have to sign it, right? Or does it have to have all 20 signatures to go through?
Okay, so when I made this motion because I feel that, we really pass a lot of legislation by petition resolution. And that's been majority of our council the last 2-3 years, whatever you guys been on, but, a lot of the programs and, departments or whatever will, from what I've witnessed and whatnot, will go to certain council reps that will sign, and they do get passed with just a letter. I think originally I wanted it to have, since it was a petition resolution, that 2/3 of the signatures, the yeses, will be, basically approving that, resolution. And then, because we never did get a definite answer or an answer at all whenever we asked for the legal opinion from our Attorney General regarding this issue, what happens to the petition resolutions if they are not ratified? So,
And also if they don't have 2/3.
yeah, and also if they don't have 2/3.
So because we want all 20 reps to review it.
All
Yeah.
20 reps need to view that and the attachments and then make their vote on it, yes or no. And they should be able to sign either by DocuSign or by PDF because we don't even have really an ordinance or a policy that governs these petition resolutions that say we can or cannot sign by PDF or DocuSign. And until that comes in, we do need to have at least something in place.
Okay.
But the ratification part of it, I mean, look at how much we have, in our gray folders here. That's as much digging that's been conducted out of the council session. So we should be able to vote on that, yes or no, sign our signature, and then,
It'll take 2/3 or 14 to pass it.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you amend that, include that in there too?
Yep.
So if there was a resolution that had 12 signatures, so you want us to say, yes, we contacted all 20, but only 12 approved, like that, then it passes?
14. 2/3 is
14? Okay.
2/3 is what did he say?
Until, yeah, 2/3,
13.6669 or something.
At least until we can get something back from our, Attorney General that talks about the ratification. Because what if we don't want to ratify it? What if, we change our mind? But
Then
everything's
business is
already
already
set
done.
into motion.
Okay. So to amend it that it can be signed by DocuSign or PDF,
Right.
and that the petition will need, the petition resolution will need 2/3 or 14 signatures for yes, and if they don't sign, they must check no.
Yeah.
To show that they reviewed the petition. Wayne, do you have a question?
Yeah, the in-house attorney, Eric, he said that he also feels that there needs to be, before that goes into effect, that there should be a policy developed by the council
For DocuSign?
for anything that has to do with the petition resolution, not just a motion to declare how one is carried out.
Hold on. That blue folder on the bottom.
Because it already says in the Constitution, like, there's 15 have to decide whether for or against, or even just voting in general. And so he said a policy needs to be developed. So he said you should make a follow-up motion to develop a policy.
I believe there was
There's one for governmental affairs.
Yeah.
To develop that policy.
and it's never been presented. I think we said, Linda was working on it and it never came.
So it's been presented several times at governmental affairs.
So there was some confusion on whether or not that, because there was some time sensitive petition resolutions that were going around, and I think 3 of them had 15. So we got together in the secretary's office and talked about it. So I sent an email to Eric, Wayne, and I think Dean, asking for clarification on that and if they could pass, since they were time sensitive. So Eric forwarded my email to Blake and he sent an opinion on it.
I didn't get it.
So he's passing it around.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Would we ask Eric for clarification since he just walked in?
Yeah.
Eric, can you clarify that?
Thank you, sir.
Eric, the petition resolution opinion that Blake had submitted.
Yeah.
So we were just looking for a clarification because Tammy's amending her motion to say that it can be signed by DocuSign or PDF, and it must have 2/3 or 14 signatures to pass. And if they don't want to sign, they have to check no to show they reviewed the petition resolution.
I thought, I didn't have a chance to go through it. I have his opinion in front of me. Didn't he say that it required a simple majority of signatures?
Yeah.
So,
Just not.
in order to amend the ordinance on the resolution, you have to amend the ordinance.
There's no ordinance.
The other is legislative procedure.
I thought it said 2/3 in there.
Pardon?
I thought that's where it said 2/3 are required for petition resolution.
I don't think there's any.
I'll find it. I'm pretty sure I read it. I'll find it real quick.
It's 2/3 to amend an ordinance.
So this one was for a petition resolution. Here, I'll find it so I'm not misspeaking.
So, did Blake address that in his opinion? Because I don't have any.
Tammy's amending the motion to, from saying that it needs 20 signatures for a petition resolution. For a petition resolution to pass it.
Right, I got that.
She's amending her resolution.
This should probably go to government affairs.
To develop a policy how to carry out.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. You're kind of doing it on the fly, and I'm not really sure what your motion is.
I made, like I said, I made this motion with the intent because most of our business for tribal council is conducted by petition resolution. And, that either we don't really have a policy or an ordinance on it. We talk about it, but we don't do anything about it. So that's why I made the motion for all council reps to have a say and check yes or no, and then have a set amount before it passes. Simply because, in the past, there's been some programs that have brought petition resolutions forward, but only to a certain few council reps, 11 to be exact, that would actually sign.
Where? The even pages.
Like I said, I don't know, I don't have ways to, I have your motion.
I mean,
Do you want me to review it, or do you want to just make your motion and ask the chair to make a ruling on whether or not it's consistent with legislative procedure? Do that.
doesn't matter to me, but we need something in place to address these petition resolutions. And I'm reading this.
Has governmental affairs reviewed it?
We haven't even seen this.
The petition resolution procedure?
In here?
How, wait, wait.
Sorry, I thought you
Oh,
were.
I'm sorry, no. Emily's up to talk and then I just let them know that I got them, writing them down. Yeah, or Emily.
Okay,
They
sorry.
had their hands up, I didn't want them to keep their hands up, so.
The question was, did governmental affairs see what? So what governmental affairs has been trying to go through, we have not got through. I've put it several times to committee. I've emailed it several times to committee and have not done anything back. The last time I met with them, I asked basically, well, can I move forward with some of these things and then present it because it's been sitting there so long? But basically what happened was Linda, before she passed, put a lot of work into updating our existing policy to include some procedures regarding that. And in that part, there was some procedures in there about making sure everybody has seen the document and been given the chance to give yes or no. But I think the confusion was, I thought in one of the documents that was also provided in there, it said a petition resolution had to have 2/3 signatures of council. And I asked at a previous meeting, who checked that? And was never given an answer to that. So that's why I was a little bit confused about, even if we want to pause and send this back to governmental affairs to get a procedure done, then we should be pausing all petition resolutions then because there's no process to do it. So if we're saying on one hand, you can't do this because we're making it up on the fly, then we shouldn't be able to do any of it because we are making it up on the fly. So that's where I think some of it all boils down to as well, is if we really don't have a policy in place to do it, then we shouldn't do it. If we do have a policy in place, then let's improve it or at least baseline know what it is. And it doesn't sound like everybody in the room is even on the same page of what that process is, and that's a little bit problematic for us. Thank you.
Motion to until a policy is approved and in place. Should I put a time frame on it, 60 days?
Yeah.
Do you want me to pause the petition resolutions too, Emily?
I just feel if you rescind your motion, then what guidelines are we? I just like to be clear that everybody has the same set of guidelines then, if you're rescinding it.
What's the next governmental affairs meeting?
It should be the 27th. Oh, 13th, where are we at? The 13th.
Monday.
You think you could put?
Yeah, I'll put it at the top of the agenda again. I'll send it out to all council, and the yellow is the proposed amendments. And there's more than just petition resolutions in there, but there'll be a section specifically in petition resolution.
So by next council meeting on the, what's that last?
22nd?
22nd? Yeah.
So maybe just pause this until then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or even the 29th for old and new business.
29.
By the end of the month?
Yeah.
Because it should be enough time. Okay. That's my motion.
There's a second. Oh,
Just a point of order, ma'am.
yes.
Is this going to end the discussion on this matter? That sounds like that's how it's going. Question.
Oh, I just made a motion. That's all.
Is this voting on your motion, is that going to end discussion on the issue of
It hasn't been questioned.
petition resolutions?
If we vote on it, it would, because right now it's on the floor, so we would need to.
That's why I had my hand up. I want to.
Okay. Cowboy and then Mike.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
My question was that not all representatives signed them petition resolutions. So if it does go forward, we should at least do 2/3 signatures on them. And then if she removes that motion, then, like, I got 2 from transportation sitting in there. So do them go in effect and then we're okay to go through them
Yeah, until the end of the month when we do the policy.
until that date?
What process is that? Can you get that sent out so that we're all aware of what the current
We'll
process is?
just go back to the way we were doing for
But
11,
that's, what is that?
11 signatures.
There's nothing in writing that says that?
I would just.
Jimmy said there's one, she's not in here. Whatever.
We have Mike and then Chris.
Yes, Madam Chair. My mind, first and foremost, is the whole process of particular resolution has really gotten out of hand. Originally, it was designed to deal with emergency situations, particularly funding deadlines, you know. But it's becoming it's becoming too much of a normal practice. And if we're going to do it at all, petition resolutions probably should, before they're acted on, they probably should have a 2/3 of the body signing them before they're even acted on. Not ratified, but acted on. But first and foremost, I think the practice of petition resolutions has gotten way out of hand. And I don't think that there's a need for
The other one's back.
these petition resolutions just to be, you know, people are doing them just to, you know, get them done. I don't, the business of the tribe is not going to come to a standstill, you know, if we get back to the original idea behind petition resolutions, and again, was to deal with emergency situations. But I'm positive that isn't the case anymore with 95% of these petition resolutions. They can make the council meeting. We beat off.
Chris and then Bob. You have your hand up?
No, pertaining to the, first off, thank you. Pertaining to the question I had, which is the motion that was made, if you read the opinion from the AG, he basically states, I mean, you can read it, but he basically states that, the motion, should be ruled out of order, because it doesn't follow our ordinance 8608, and like, but it also states that it understands the intention because other agencies follow it, such as local, federal, state, but because we don't have anything in place, petition resolutions, we're technically not even supposed to work. I'll use them. So the motion made to have these structures and these safeguards in place for petition resolutions is according to the Attorney General, it was that motion should be ruled out of order. And so I think we should follow our attorney's opinion. But yeah, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. What did you say?
Wow. Alex, look up, Tila. Kanske var ställna på tjusam när han lär. Och jag hade mitt kakile, wanap och nikalnish och wanna kagena wokile chicham när han tieni var ställ chichapalo. Le takuma I prekle wikta makele lile chama chicha. Le petition resolution iwagalaka. Now, I'll translate it in English so you got to understand. You guys are talking about petition resolutions. I don't like that. And you could ask anybody. They'll come to my house or they see me and they'll ask me to sign a petition resolution. I won't do it. Because some of you guys need to do your jobs. Start meeting. Committees and council meetings, start meeting. So these programs don't have to come through with emergency petition resolutions. I understand one committee didn't meet three meetings straight. So this program had a deadline and they needed to submit a resolution before that deadline was met and we couldn't meet. But when it comes to travel, you guys sure in the heck attend the meetings. Well, I usually say that to you guys. You guys, travel too much. We need to get business done here. We got a lot of problems with that. We talked about the last 2 days now. And yet, when it comes to travel, we forget about our problems and we're just traveling all over the place. We're globetrotting. Let's stay home and get some jobs done for a while. Look at these motions that I was reading through our minutes. They're not even enforced. A motion's just like a fart in the wind. You could hear it, but it disappears. It shouldn't be that way. So my advice is that we need to start meeting committees. We're talking about extra meetings on days that we're not supposed to meet. How are you guys, if you guys going to meet? On our regular council meetings, you guys never meet all the time. We should have snowflake, we call admin leave. What are we going to do? It stopped snowing now. I think we need to start meeting you guys. There shouldn't be no such thing as a petition resolution if we all did our jobs. Let's protect our programs. They're trying to do service for the tribal members, and when we don't meet, that we hold them up. And now you're out there, he's always check up. Actually, twinning eska umniche unhabsin wata arsna ata tagni unhabsin so tokni opsin so opsin cha. And no umniche unhab tarsna upo wana. Oche cholo.
Emily and then Royal.
Thank you. I just wanted for clarification, thank you for handing this out. For orders out of order because it's not in here, then how are we going to process any petition resolutions? Because it's not in here at all. So I'd like clarification on that from maybe Eric or somebody. And then also, the part that I was getting confused about is when Linda had explained to us the process of getting petition resolutions in our even emergency legislation, that's where they were kind of putting petition resolutions under, is emergency legislation. And in here, in this ordinance, it says, for emergency legislation, 2/3 vote of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council in session shall be required. An individual resolution that waiver all sections except section 104, minimum standard of the legislation procedure. And that was also something that Linda was adamant about, is that our emergency legislation, unless we do a waiver like this states, should also go to a committee. And even if that committee cannot meet, it can go to another committee. But it's very clear that even our emergency legislation, unless we state in the motion that we're waiving all of this, has to go through that process. And so that's the part where I misspoke earlier when I thought it was the resolutions that needed to, that I was asking for clarification. I would like to make a motion, if we haven't already had one, to get clarification on who checks on emergency legislation to ensure that 2/3 of the council did vote on them. That's the first part. Second of, can I have them go back to at least the last 2 years and verify that all of our emergency legislation has been approved of by at least 2/3 of the council vote?
2 years?
Yes.
So motion to have the tribal secretary check on emergency legislation resolutions to see that 2/3.
And verify that 2/3 of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council votes. And I think it would be easy to do because in my opinion, it's a majority, right? 2/3 is the majority. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure because usually when we do a majority, it's half, where this one specifically is 2/3. So that just,
Yeah. And I can tell you right now that not all of these emergency legislations, petition resolutions, or even just resolutions that went through the proper channels have 2/3 of the vote because most of the time there's only 11 here and you guys approve them.
No, what this is saying is 2/3 of the tribal council in session.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking is
Oh.
normally when we say something passed, it's a simple majority. So if there's 11 here, that would be 6. But if this is saying if we're passing emergency legislation, it has to be 2/3, not a simple majority. And so I'm assuming that we're still going to get it because usually we have more than a simple majority. But there might be some votes that it's 6-7 or something that's really close, and then it would not meet this definition of 2/3 of council in session. So that's what I'm asking Secretary to review
Okay.
the last 2 years.
What's that under?
This is section 400, emergency legislation of ordinance 8608.
This one. I just have my odd pages on the. There we go. Emergency legislation. Went back 2 years. There's a second. Emily just made a motion that the tribal secretary looks into all the emergency legislation resolutions that were passed to verify that 2/3 of council votes to approve it and then to go back 2 years.
I have a motion on the floor. I'd like to pause.
Oh, yeah.
So sorry, Tabby. That's
Sorry.
okay. Thank you, guys. Got ahead of myself. I'll pause that until we're done with this. Thank you.
Mike. Oh, wait, no. I have Royal, then Mike.
Yeah, okay, so there, I should have been too smart, Lord. I was maybe wanting to add an amendment to your motion, Tammy, to include emergency legislation. Okay, so legislative process would be to take a resolution back to your communities. Communities kata hektar ayam na heogana oyatiki selected. That way channel to live. This body, the people need to know what comes on this floor. But Orienia, that emergency legislation, that legislative process, the communities never see those resolutions or never get asked or so if that can be added to your motion to even add that emergency legislation in there too when the resolutions come on here. That proper legislation on resolutions, that emergency legislation that the people can see what to add that to your motion on emergency legislation also be included with that petition.
I'm actually pausing my motion for February 10th on the petition resolutions until we can present a policy for that because it's not addressed in any of these and have it discussed on the 29th. That's what my motion was. But if you want to include that, I strongly suggest you make it a separate one because then you're wanting to take these motions back to the community. Whereas right now I'm just pausing my motion.
So when you develop that policy, maybe in that emergency legislation, it can be included on your policy.
You got that written down, Emily, for governmental affairs?
Emergency legislation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will email out what I have and then anything like that. If you can either make a note on the side or suggest something and then we can.
Okay, motion by Tammy to pause until the policy is in place for future resolutions by the end of April to be discussed on the 29th, seconded by Totes.
Question.
Question by Wayne, all in favor?
I just have a quick.
No.
So she's pausing her resolution, or she's pausing the previous motion, or she's pausing all petition resolutions? So we're still having petition resolutions?
You can make
Okay, well, I don't want to vote then.
You can make the motion to pause the petition resolutions
Are you
if
guys
you want to. From them.
14,
Opposed?
0.
Hands up.
What?
Lisa, I don't think I can totally amend.
Vote here.
I don't think I can totally amend my, my motion until,
So policies in place.
yeah.
So 14-1-0? Resolutions will go in place until we get that policy in place by then.
And what policy are we following then? What process are we following?
You'll have to develop one through the governmental affairs.
But for right now, what process would you
We'll
be
go back to the
following?
way it was.
But which is, can you email that out to us?
Signatures.
And there's no policy, so if you want a motion to pause
Come on,
that
guys.
until we can, sorry.
Your hand raised.
Alvin and Mike.
I was like to say, the council responsibility is to attend these meetings. And way too much for missing meetings, like a couple times, there's only 7 of us here. It's all the same people are here. And I'm really considering making a motion for a referendum vote on council pay. That they only get paid for the meetings they attend, whether they don't travel or not. Your first responsibility is to attend these meetings. And this way it should be, it's never been done before. But we should do this. Don't have to say.
Mike.
Just to kind of further elaborate on what I said earlier, the whole petition resolution thing, it didn't exist at all at one point. And as the pace of business, tribal business picked up, particularly when it came to funding and stuff, there were more decisions that had to be made. So the idea of the petition resolution process came up. But at the time, there were some rules to it. Now, there had to be. It just didn't appear out of nowhere. There was a process. And the attorney mentions in his opinion that the process is supposed to be reserved for emergencies only. Somebody has to make the call. And it can only be in the secretary's office as to what needs to come before the council or not, what needs to go to council people with their signatures, because it is a true emergency. So if we set it, if we do it that way, we won't have, this won't be a problem.
Yep.
We're doing way too many petition resolutions, way too many. It's become an accepted norm, and it's just it's, I don't know, it's a waste of time. But we took this lawyer's opinion, it cost us $500, and the answer is really simple. Somebody needs to decide whether or not a real emergency exists with a particular proposed resolution from one of the programs. That's where these things come from.
Chris.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for February 10th through the 25th.
Motion by Chris.
You guys are-
Second.
Second by Wayne Fredericks. Question by Oates. All in favor? And that's for the,
The meeting minutes from the February 10th all the way to the
say with
25th.
corrections? Because there are some as amended.
Yeah, as amended with the corrections that were
For the
made.
10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 18th, and the 25th.
Yeah, to approve the minutes with the corrections that you guys had. I can't find them. That's why I'm here.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Carried.
Secretary, is that the end of your report?
No, that's all this resolution, you have all the resolutions with the advisors, committees.
Okay.
Wayne and Emily.
So Emily had that up first.
Oh,
Thank you. I'd like to make my motion that I was trying to make earlier. A motion requesting the secretary's office to research the last 2 years. A motion requesting the secretary's office to research the last 2 years of emergency legislation resolutions to verify that all were approved of a 2/3 council majority and bring a report back. 2 years.
First, second.
And to report back under next month's secretary's report. Thank you.
Second. Tammy, question? And if there weren't 2/3 vote on them. What's gonna happen if there weren't 2/3 vote on them? They've already acted on. All in favor?
And 11,
Opposed?
1, 2, 3,
Not voting.
1.
11-3-1.
Thank you, Council.
I had, so, I just had this stuff up for my report this whole morning.
I want a motion to deviate. Since it's getting close to lunch and we're gonna lose quorums. Deviate to, since there's 15 in the room, the ordinance change.
On marijuana.
Medical cannabis.
Seconded by Tammy. Question? Yes. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Does everybody have a copy of it? The marijuana ordinance that we're gonna amend?
It was handed out.
It was handed out yesterday, Sherry handed it out.
It needs a number, not a second.
It will be,
I got my things.
-77.
77.
Will this be the first reading?
No, it's only an amendment, so it needs the majority.
Sorry, what was that number again?
2677.
Thank you.
Amendment that requires 2 readings of publication, and it needs a full 15 majority, and the ordinance also needs amendments. It's the first ordinance that you're approving.
The AG said amendment doesn't need 2 readings.
Yeah, it does. Law and order.
Law and order.
Law and order, need 2 readings.
On the second page.
But that, I thought that was only on implementation of a law.
Law and order code needs 2 readings, right in the law and order code. I can get it.
So even amendments require two readings.
No, law and order code amendments.
Right, yeah.
That's in the law and order.
Anything that's in the law and order code.
So the marijuana code is in the law and order code,
Right.
and you give it 2 readings. You can't amend the second reading, which goes back to the first reading. And also your ordinance needs a number 2.
So we do the first reading, and then when we do the second reading at our next meeting, if there's amendment on it,
There
we
has
have
to
to
be
go back. to the
seven.
first.
So we're gonna have to have a public comment period too?
No, has 2 readings and then a publication.
The,
Before it comes to.
the second reading has to be, there's a time period, it's either 7 or 10 days between the 2 readings.
So we can bring it back at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can bring it back to the second reading on the 29th or 30th.
Emily?
Was there a number for the ordinance as well?
The ordinance number would be 2026-101.
So this would be, the resolution would be a motion for emergency legislation. Where did you refer it up from, Econ Dev?
Yeah, from Econ Dev.
Has it been assigned? Emergency legislation.
Yeah, I'm just confused on
We can do the,
Emergency legislation.
or the resolution.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you motioning for emergency? Okay. Motion by Wayne, legislation. There's a second. Second by Coates. Question, Chris, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Too big to read.
So then would it be motion for the first reading of resolution 2677?
Sure, you read your amendments to the record and approve it as a first reading.
Can I just cite it on the therefore be it resolved, or do I gotta read the whole?
You can make them, you can waive the reading.
But you have to
Because
read,
it's-
you have to read everything on the attachment.
Because it's attached.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the motion would be to,
Approve as a first reading and with the attachment as the record.
motion to approve resolution 2677 to approve the first reading of 2601. Ordinance, of ordinance, 2601. You guys get that? Okay. We'll need a second. Mike.
Okay. 6, whereas on April 7th, 2026, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Economic Development Committee enacted a motion to recommend the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to amend the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code to add the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code Title 17, Chapter 11, Medical Marijuana Control Ordinance attached as Exhibit 1, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Econ Dev Committee and amends the RST Law and Order Code Title 17, Chapter 11, Medical Marijuana Control Ordinance, Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code Title 17, Medical Marijuana Ordinance, Sections 17-1-3, 17-11-4, 17-11-5, 17-11-6, 17-11-7, 17-11-8, 17-11-8, and that must be typo, and 17-11-9, attached as Exhibit 1, enacted as RST Ordinance Number 2026-77. Be it further resolved that the effect date of the amendments of the RST Tribal Law and Order Code, Title 7, Chapter 11, Medical Marijuana Control Ordinance shall be final upon approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and publication in ordinance with RST Law and Order Code Title 4, Chapter 3. And the exhibit on the back, which is underlined, are the changes to the specific sections
That's what you need to read in for the first
as
reading.
attached.
You need to
Not
read
waiving
it.
the reading.
Also, we're not letting anybody know what we're changing.
It has to be published, and we gotta read it
I
again
know,
in
but
7
there's no way
days.
for them to give us any feedback if we need to change anything, if they don't even know what it is. I don't know,
You
sorry.
didn't read it? Anyway, well, I guess since she's not here. 21 persons of 21 of age who are applying patients may submit a written self-certification affirming that they have a qualifying medical condition as part of their persons who submit part of their application. Even if they do not have a written certification from a healthcare practitioner, persons who submit from false information shall be liable for perjury and subject to prosecution. Persons under 21 years of age are not permitted to self-certify and must have a practitioner certification and written approval from a parent and legal guardian. The tribe shall issue registry identification cards to qualifying patients who submit the following in accordance with the rules promulgated by the tribe. Next one is number one, is the change to a self-certification form. Section 17-4, Rosebud Cannabis Control Commission or authorized tribal agency entity verify the information contained as an application to self-certify. "15 days receiving a completed application to self-certify, renewal application, removal of issue and identification medical registration card." So then you don't have to have the medical card, you just have to self-certify. Go down to licensed retail facilities may do the following requirements. It says we are changing verify the information contained in the application, self-certification or renewal submitted pursuant to the ordinance, and approve or deny the application for renewal within 15 days of receiving a completed application, self-certification or renewal application. 2, issue an identification card to a qualifying patient. 3, enter into identification number into the dispensary verification system. So someone still has a card, they create a profile for them. Even if you self-certify, you'll still have a profile to track your sales. Commission and licensed retail facilities may deny an application of self-certification if they do not feel that you are capable of making that for yourself. You can be denied. Confidential list and information. Cannabis Control Commission and licensed retail facility shall maintain a secure location of the confidential list of the people who self-certify. Authorized tribal agency or entity will keep that record, which is good.
Okay. So you had a question on the public.
You said, are we going to read it? And I said, well, we're going to publish it. Then you weren't in the room, so I just went on to read the changes.
Yeah, you have to read it into the record anyway.
You can read it. Later.
Was it here? Read it. This will be the first reading. I was looking for the amendment procedure on it, so. It will be after the second reading, then when we do the second reading in 2 weeks, if there's any amendments or changes to this, then we have to go back to the first reading. So, any questions on any of those amendments? Any discussion? Call for the question, or Mike, and then Tammy.
Oh, I was just gonna question it, but I can wait.
Oh, Mike, did you have something to say?
No, I was,
He seconded, you seconded. So Tammy can question. All in favor? Are you voting?
Yeah.
50,
15 opposed,
0,
not voting.
0.
Carried. Yay, first reading.
Thank you, Chair.
Emily and then Holmes.
I just have a quick question. I know we have a, honorary coming up, so I don't want to take up too much time, but I had something from one of my committee reports that I need, some guidance from council on, and I also need Eric in here, and he requested that we go off an executive briefly to discuss that, so I just wanted to check with everybody if you think we'll have time after lunch to be able to address that situation.
Yeah, we
It
should.
shouldn't take too long. If it's gonna take longer than people want, then we should probably move it to the end of the month, but because it's kind of time sensitive and legal,
Okay.
I would need some kind of guidance
I
from.
just sent him to go get that procedure for it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I'll let him know. Holmes.
Before lunch, because the family's not out there real quick, is it possible to vote on, because we all have the proposals, they were sent to us in our emails on Prairie Hills. Can we choose, there were 2 proposals sent to us. can we vote on that today? So that way they can get started on the renovation or whatever needs to be done out there, because this has been on the floor for over a year. And
Has
we ended up
everybody
getting
looked at the
those
proposals?
Do we have an update from, sorry. Do we have an update from, I can't remember his name, at the casino? He was gonna do some communication and
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He
That's
was gonna
right.
meet
Yeah,
with
you're
them.
so maybe if we could get that update from him
Yeah.
prior to making a decision?
Yeah.
Or maybe we could just text him and ask him if, thank you.
Wayne and then Bill.
That's what I was gonna ask, was like, I mean, I hate to prolong it, Totes, but if it could go till the end of the month, because I know some tribal members were coming in and they wanted to submit a proposal and they didn't know it was advertised. And one of those proposals is not really to take it over, it's like asking to be hired. And it was kind of weird. Because you should have been a management proposal, and here they just asked to be hired as a manager.
Agree, we can wait and get that information. from
Okay, I'll
the casino,
contact Mr. Drewski and,
But we can just.
because he was gonna meet like that next day or something.
Right, that date, that same day he was gonna meet.
Bill,
The other day when they asked for some of those figures and stuff, I think they got them
oh yeah,
yesterday for the
you
different.
that handles out.
Oh, for the housing?
The family doctor, no,
Is Linda out there?
yeah, they're out here.
Those 13? And it's the 13. Right. Okay, I don't know. My phone is
Wayne, so Wayne, it has to be 7 days within.
Well, couldn't it be on the 29th, 30th? Because we have,
We try to get it on the
Old business.
22nd.
I think we did, we said the 29th for old and new business.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, they're not that over.
So we would do it on the 22nd and then advertise it?
No, we're gonna read it again on the 29th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, 4 hours.
We have enough on the 22nd, maybe we could do the meeting.
oh, the ordinance? I thought you
Yeah.
were talking about the casino.
Oh, no.
Before he goes to, I was like,
I know you're just like, we can read it later. I was like, what? You're trying to pass it right away. I'm trying to help you out. What if it's further or next month?
or next one.
No rush, no rush. Curly.
Your approval of building codes and.
The 5%, 7.
Part of the.
Well, we never had a building code or.
I mean, is it under the law and order?
Yeah, came from, from.
These are meetings.
Transportation to, government affairs and.
Then it had 2 readings already?
No, they never
Never
had
had
any.
anything.
Oh, it never had any?
Try to get it.
Yeah, so he wants to get them. You'll need what I would say, I didn't know if it was under law and order. So that's.
So I'm gonna have them girls get them, get the copies.
Robert.
Bye, Robert. Bye, Robert. Council, can we take 5 minutes? Please rest.
That tells you that the high rent. Us done, these are the 5 and or 7.
Yesterday, one of them. We always say this is kind of like the
They
self-determination.
going in the executive over lunch hour?
What part of it do you have to say?
Don't even have it recorded. It's really hard to say because
Because some of these other people, these are saying, you guys need to change your policies so that people buy
your
yours.
policies can, but you have guidelines.
That's the part I think we should
Those
have
suck.
that outlet somewhere so that we know where we can expand.
Eventually. What we can and
Yeah,
can't change,
yeah.
what we can and can't do.
And that's more of like a down the road project. I just wanted to pick your brain.
You have policies already.
Yeah.
They have to match.
So that's the part that I don't know if we could get a training for us or something so that we could, or like a retreat. Why the board does. I'm talking more for council so that if we need to help support by policy change or anything, or if we need to advocate for more policy at, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Just for this week.
Because people say, you guys
Oh,
can.
shit.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to the restroom on us. We'll run a break.
Yeah, it's like.
Rose, I think that, this is the wrong one that I.
Everything I heard. I didn't really know that much room to get there. Yeah.
Is there anybody here? Oh. This is the Natasha regulation for the higher people, why does increase? Then that she had done on each one of the calculations. No, back.
Oh.
Go up there, 13.
Oh, okay.
That's just 5%. Five. When did you get your stitches up? I brought that audit. Your stitches. I'll get it with her stitches. Oh. And it's for 24, 25 won't be done.
So then next week, yeah.
What's your hats up there?
Hats. One of each.
Oh, yeah.
His security. Whatever he gets every month. A copy of his like approval or whatever.
Yeah, the award
letter. And then just one of the, like, also stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, budget and finance.
No, we haven't go over the 100.
So we just have to make sure that what his stuff has on there.
That's it, that's it.
That's me.
That's it.
Nice to be.
I'm not denying it. It's more like 12. It's gonna call.
We need a lot of rain. We need everything.
Green.
No one wants the $40 bills from the casino.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It said to keep your jokes appropriate, you're still on air.
I'm hoping that they're laughing.
Just kidding. Don't even know what's going on. I'm just teasing you. Ben's the only one that got scared. Talking about me.
When the executive, yes, I posted up there.
You ready for your break?
Where's one of it?
Okay, you want some? And then. Try some. I tried. Not ready for it.
No. I actually had a good breakfast this morning, so I was.
Who acted for?
I did. I said I actually have breakfast.
I don't think you're, leader has talked about something.
I had, this gets, eggs and, bacon.
I
I
had
got that, the station.
you with a bell.
Really stay together?
Thank you. Jeez, I got too many piles for them here. Danielle.
Here's the one, it's in, I need to put it back here. That one, those for all. Thank you for that, for that. That house was full.
Here comes the cook. What? Yeah.
You figured it out.
Yeah, whatever. Need another table? Leave it, just one. That'll be really shady.
Had a little break.
Well, thank you, sir. I still have mine. Thank you, though. Hey, Gina, thank you.
Yeah, I do want to go over this.
Hello.
This here sheet that tells a total on it, and it has to amount. All the amenities are on there. What she did was, this is the opening balance, it was like a little over $2 million in cars. From the inception as, and they were in through it, okay? And then Lisa put that, these are just little charges, their monthly charges. So as you come down, these are their monthly charges, and so monthly, our amounts are $112,477. That's what should come in every month. All the units of the people that are in the unit.
And that's the second column.
Yeah, that's the charges.
And how much
So this
actually,
is just monthly for the last month of March. Yeah,
how much actually comes in of that 112?
okay, well, then you go to your payment. So on this, she said, and it varies. So 91,000 came in. So what's happening already by the balance of the close, you're ready at 2,022,000. So that's what I want to show you, those are your delinquencies. Because somebody was wanting to know the amount.
Thank you. So it's
Per
about,
month.
about 20,000 a month that doesn't come
22,000 a month.
on average. Thank you.
On average, yeah. And these are only the people that are in the unit active. And this is the Nahaska rules of the higher rental tenants. Non-low-income families cannot receive the same benefits provided low-income families. The amount of assistance non-low-income families may receive will be determined as follows. And it's by the rent, purchase agreement, or to pay by the non-low rent families cannot be less than. So this is for the rental payments for families 80% of the median income, and they cannot exceed the fair market rent. That's the law and the regulation out there.
Ben, and then Mike, did you have your hand up?
Okay, so I just want to make sure that, with this rent increase, so you're saying Ahazda is the one that said that you guys have to do this? Is that what we're saying?
That comes with the regulations. That's
No,
right.
but Ahazda is the one that said that you guys have to put this rent increase, you have to do it.
Regulation, yeah.
So Ahazda said you guys have to do this.
One HUD.
I mean, so Ahazda or the board?
No, Nahaska, the regulation.
So Ahazda said you have to
Yeah,
do this.
none of the board.
Okay, not the board, so it's Ahazda that said we have to do this.
Yeah, and the board has already approved some of that increase.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because there was a confusion that before saying Ahazda, it wasn't Ahazda, they were requiring you guys to do it, but not that you guys have to do it. That's what was coming up before. And now we're saying that Ahazda is saying that we have to do this.
No, the law always has been this regulation according to the staff and
But this was in place 10 years ago?
since the right conception of the, I don't know, when do you think they had this?
That's part of their, it's in the CFR, that's part of the regulations.
But it just came about, it wasn't like from the beginning, was it?
Well, it's always,
Inception?
that's the reason why you have to do the recertifications and prove people's income, because you have to prove that they're not over income when you move them in. And that's why you do the recertifications to prove that they're still under, they're not over income, while they're living in there. So this comes about when USDA said they wouldn't sign our budgets anymore unless we increased our rent, because they said we can't realistically be submitting a budget every year if we don't increase the gas, the electricity, everything that goes up every year. So that was the reason why they wanted, they snapped these $50 a month. So that's the reason why that went up to $50.
And Ben,
Mhm.
it probably wasn't at the beginning of the conception, but somewhere along the line, because these are questions, when you ask for comments, and some people out there, not just this tribe, but every tribe around, they ask for comments and then they'll put them in law, and they will explain that.
So that was just, so that was
It's
their,
not recent, but.
it wasn't recent, it was probably further back when, but it just became recent because they had some concerns of what the organization was probably going on or whatever, something, they were losing money or something to that effect, so they decided to implement this. Is that what it sounded like?
No,
Can I give you a little background?
it's just our rent is have to go higher,
Yeah.
income goes higher.
Yeah, so yeah, I just want to clarify that because again, there was some confusion on, this has been here this whole time and we should have raised it a while back, you know what I mean? So that's just my thoughts and understanding of it. So I just want to make it clear that, if it's HUD that's moving this forward, that we need to, I guess, look at it and see what we can do. But I guess as far as setting the rates, that's something that, again, I don't know if they're the one that set the rates or who set.
No, you guys will set some of those rates, like she said.
Yeah.
5%.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
you cannot
Can't charge them the low income.
the
rates.
lower income rates or the people that are below those rates.
All right, thank you.
That's the reason.
Okay.
We have Mike, Tammy, Emily, and Royal.
So, Monica, HUD basically has instructed you that your budgets that you submit to them for have to be realistic to the number of units that you make. Right? Ergo, they're saying your budgets are not realistic and you need to charge more rent, or you need to bring in more income. Is that what I'm?
Well, it's not we have to charge more in rent.
But you have to raise more money. You have to raise more money.
On the higher income people,
On the higher income people.
not the
Oh,
below the median and below.
Yeah, the word budget was mentioned just a bit ago, that's why.
Well, it helps our budget to help keep you going, because as you can see, our delinquencies are going up and up.
Well, yeah.
You know, and it's not helping nobody, it's not even helping to try to help the people.
But HUD does show, so they do share some concern with you that you're not, the budgets that you submit are not sufficient to maintain the units that you're responsible for. That, let me put it that way.
Yes.
So, do they just offer an opinion there, or are they telling you that
No,
your
this is
budgets have to be realistic?
Our budgets are always what we can collect, what we can get in grants, and what we can do the IHP grant, which is the Indian Housing Block Grant.
Well, let me put it this way. If HUD determines that your income isn't sufficient, in their opinion, to maintain your units, they got a problem with that? Are they concerned about that?
Well, I'm sure they are, because of.
To a point where they may take some punitive action?
They very well could on the higher rent people.
On the higher end, yeah, but I meant overall. Overall.
We could be out of, well, we are out of compliance right now.
Okay. The other question I had was, adjusted low income, how do you compute that? If I make $50,000 a year, then
It tells on here.
so what's my adjusted?
Guideline.
How do you compute my adjusted?
It's in the back.
Okay.
How come this guideline here, where how you're going to be computed, one person at 80%. So below this 80%, you are in the you're in the very moderate, very low. And then we compute it based on how many's in your household.
That's where I'm going.
And the adults, the minors, what income's coming in, and what deductions do they get charged?
Everything that's on there is the adjusted income, which means that what the higher income are being charged for is the amount of their income minus the deductions they got.
Right. Well, that applies to low income too, right?
Yeah, that's.
Everybody that pays rent.
Yeah. Now, say if your house is one bedroom, you're paying $50 a month. Right now, that's what it's at. If they bring their income in and it's below that, 15%, I think it is.
Yeah.
Some of them are paying $43.
So you get allowance for the size of your family, the people living in the unit, basically?
Yeah.
Okay, is there,
But you have to include all.
does everybody qualify that lives in the house necessarily, or do they all have to be relatives, or?
If they put them on their research and they bring in all their documents, okay, they won't put them on until all their documents are in, because the law.
Anybody that-
Birth certificate, social security, that kind of.
Yeah, they just have to prove who's in the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Background checks. Of just the adults.
So what if, I come in and claim, what if I come in and claim, 6 people who are friends of mine that, I get all their personal information and with their permission, I submit that to you and you adjust my income. Those people really aren't living with me, but I just use with their permission, I use their names to say
That's fraud.
You see where I'm going there? Do you have that kind of fraud?
I imagine there might be, but have you come across some?
You have to remove you from council first.
Well, we have those ones that, I ran into one couple weeks ago where he's a single person who don't have no kids. Somehow he got into a 5-bedroom house because he had temporary custody of, 5 kids. And, but the reason why it came in now was that the mother took the kids back, so now he wants to add a different set on her. So I said, well, how did he get this in the first place when he's only one person and he's got a 5-bedroom house?
Well, you get what my question is, Rose, can people affect their rent, get it lowered by claiming people, live in their house when they actually don't? How do you audit that, I guess? Just
Well, we
by
have to draw
home
paperwork
visits
and
or-
they turn it in, including a temporary court or, custody order. So I tell them, when you go to court and get your permanent one, please bring your permanent one in so that it can be permanent. So, but then they usually don't, so then we find out when somebody else is taking custody of the kids.
Okay, but, you're given allowances when it comes to calculating your rent based on the number of people in the unit. And do they all have to be under your legal custody then, or?
They should be, yeah.
I mean, do they have to be?
Yeah, they have to be.
In other words, can a friend live with me? Or
If he did the background check and he completed the paperwork and he turned all his documents in, and you said he was living with you.
okay, but that suggests that somebody could fraudulently pull that off.
Yeah, we don't ever add them on though unless they bring everything in.
Right, yeah. But you see where I'm going there? Somebody can make up stuff and give you all the documents that you need, and in reality, those people really don't live in their house with them. They're just claiming them with their permission, using their information, whatever it takes to get their rent lowered. Does any of that happen?
It happens. They just,
Probably happens.
they just gave us exemption.
And I just bring it up because, if you're a schemer, it's easy to figure that stuff out. It's that kind of a scheme.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay, we have Tammy, Emily, and Royal.
Thank you for providing this extra additional information. One of the things that I want to say though is that, which is stated earlier, it cannot be less than, and it also says it cannot receive the same benefits provided to low-income Indian families. So basically, it cannot be less than, but it can be equal to.
No, it says,
Don't say that.
it actually says you must charge a higher rent.
Okay, I don't see where it says,
Well,
unless I'm just not reading it right, but maybe I skipped it. But I was looking at your breakdown, and since they can't go by bedroom size or whatever, the $50 because of their income, and it's not going to go by the fair market rent, I would be safe with the 5% if everybody else is for now, simply because we're not increasing it way out of line. But then we can also increase it by an additional $10 or $20 too on top of that bedroom size, right?
Well, the board approved, the doubling, how would you say that? The extra $50, so like the 1-bedroom goes up to 100, and, the 2-bedroom goes up to, $100 a bedroom, so 200. And then when I have attended some meetings, and, usually at Uniham, they always tell us that Rosebud charges the least amount of rent. They said we have very, very low rents. And they said, Cheyenne River, they charge 30%. And when SWA started out, they were charging 30%. And then they had people that had high delinquencies. So back in, what was that, 2003 or whatever, they set it by bedroom, $50 a bedroom. That was the reason why they said 15% down from the 30. And then they also went on to say $50 a bedroom. So that way, if you don't have, your income, say you only get TANF or you only get something every month, then you would get, and if you live in a one-bedroom house and your income is low, you could only end up paying $43, different amounts. I know one guy that only pays $17. So it all depends on, so the system is set up to calculate it at 15%. It's set up to calculate it at that. So the board did that years ago, which was a good thing, because everybody was paying 30% of their income, like USDA does right now. So whatever, if you're under USDA, and like say out to the village, out to SGU, then they pay 30% of your income. So if somebody has a $10 an hour job, then your rent goes up to $600 a month. So those were meant for the very, very, very low income. And the waiting lists are actually set up that way, the very, very low income. So
There are some that stay on it, and they pay.
yeah, some pay more. If they say they want to stay out there, they pay the $600.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that much. I'm just trying not to confuse your guys' description with the OCAs or the tax credits. Because right now we're just specifically talking about the very low rent houses with the 13 people that are 100% over income. And I understand the breakdown that you provided, but the wording says, it doesn't say that we have to charge them a percentage. It doesn't say that it has to be what you guys set it at. It just says that they can't be less than, and they can't receive the same benefits. So an individual with 100% over income living in a one-bedroom house will have to pay a higher rent, whether it's $25, $50 additional to that. I think if I'm understanding it right, but that's the way I interpret it. I don't know if we're gonna make a decision today on what percentage you guys are looking for.
I thought that they were going to bring these numbers back and the decision was going to be made on this table.
Yeah.
5%.
Okay, I have Emily, Royal, Wayne, Totes, and Mike.
Thank you. I'll try to be fast, Ben. Don't get mad at me. Just kidding. I just wanted to give a brief from my perspective as a board member on this process as far as the increases. So from what I gathered was this has kind of, this has never been perfect, right? It's never been going to fulfill all of our needs for housing, but it's what we had. So we've gotten really good on working with what we have. Recently, with the new administration change last year, I don't know if you guys all remember Doge and all this kind of big talk about keeping people in line and we're going to cut funds and all this type of stuff. And so because of that, even though like we're saying today, some of these things might have been a compliance issue for years, it became a lot more important that we remain in compliance because of the current administration and funding cuts and everything that was going on. At that same time, the entity also got a letter from some of, I can't remember, I might misspeak, the USDA units, I believe, out at the village, because those ones are different in that they had loans involved and they had investors involved. And so the financing situation of those specific units were a little bit different than all of the rest of them. And so with that came, we were supposed to, kind of like a COLA rises and increases as things, our rent was supposed to gradually meet those increases so that we would stay concurrent. That didn't happen. And so we were getting letters, but for those ones specifically, that was going to jeopardize our whole, financing system of those units. So the board had a discussion at that time. The minimum it was kind of talked about, 100, 150, all these different things. And we decided to go with a minimum because this was new. We knew that change needed to happen, but people were losing jobs, there was a lot going on, right? So we, as a board, decided to go with the $50 base rent increase, not per bedroom. So those units, I think there's like 54 or something of them, which are some of the most well-kept, well-maintained units that SWA has because of this financial structure, had a $50 increase. So then when the board was discussing, all of these other things came up. Well, we're also kind of out of compliance with some of these guidelines because we have people over income and low income housing, we haven't raised our rents and all this and that and whatever. So my input was, well, if those units, the best kept that SWA has and maintained, and we agreed on a $50 base rent increase, then why don't we just do a $50 for everybody right now to give us time to plan, to give us time to do some assessments, to give us time to do all of this to them that actually is meaningful, like phased and not just all rushed at once. However, the rest of the board didn't feel that way. And so what actually got approved of at that time was a $50 increase, but that changed to a $50 per bedroom increase because that's how the rent is determined for those types of units. That happened, and then, of course, the over income 80% and 100% happened. So there's the 80%, right? But even the 100%, they are at a different level where even if SWA is going to allow this, they still have to kind of get permission to even allow somebody at that level to stay in there. So kind of to Tammy's and some of your other points is, I think we really are to the point where we have to do some type of increase. I think what we are kind of teeter-tottering over is the rate at which we're increasing, like how fast are we going to go from where we should have been to, what we were in 1 month or 1 year, or the amount. So that's what I felt like if we phase this along, it might be better, or even if we just started with a basic increase. And the reason why I felt that is a lot of times people in this situation and here locally, we talk about handouts and about our people being too reliant on the government and things like that. But the flip side of that is we are Lakota people and we live and we take care of each other. And so how do we balance those things? And so traditionally, or, in the past, everybody had a role and you knew your role and you knew how you contributed. And then the rest of it got taken care of by everybody else's role in that family, Tioshbaye, and so on. However, because we have a breakdown in all those things, people no longer have those roles, so we're not meeting them. So I felt that if we're here trying to take care of our people, I'm so sorry, give me 10 more seconds, and trying to provide housing, basic necessity of life, let alone treaty rights and all this other thing, a basic necessity of life, of shelter, we should be able to have guidelines, yeah, but have things that are meaningful for our people. I'm sorry, Ben's getting mad at me, I'll finish later, but I have a little bit more to say, but I'll come back. Thank you.
Real.
Yeah, together there was the chief Wakla. Thank you, Emily, for that. So we're gonna when it comes to legislatively, when we're here on this body and we sit on there's a quality of life. So, I sit in a humble way, listen to what is put forth. Now, the things that I put forth, the things because when I first got elected, my first term, 2009, a friend of mine, Dave Petra, she asked me, hey, what is your platform now that you're elected? What is your goals for the people? But when it comes to Oyate, then it comes to I talk to other people, other tribal members, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I talked to Harold Frazier and Ogallala, Scott Weston, and different council reps on those tribal councils. Hey, Warwick, we travel out. The questions I have for them is homeless, tata. Dua Tiwanicha. Dua Hetaka, elephants. The ones that homeless and Shan River and Scott and Kashi Lunderman in Oglala, they're like homeless is bad. We can talk about stuff about when it comes to tribes, but as we think that it's just this small box, Rosebud Sioux tribe, but there's Cheyenne River, there's Oglala, Ija, Kotaka. So the things that I put forth and heard when Omnicha Chayam heard, okay. Now so may work for small tribes to come, because that's what Harold Fraser and Scott Weston, that's what they told me. Hey, we're gonna omake a copy. What is it? There has to be something that makes me go forth with something, child. Hearing it from the horse's mouth, and I haven't told all these about treaties, I made a letter when we come to a petition resolution. Chairwoman, the wording was too strong because I asked to repeal NASDA because it don't work for large tribes. It really work for small tribes. It don't work for large tribes. And we all know what Mike was asking. If our brother or sister is homeless, we're going to bring them in. We're going to bring them in. We're going to house them. We're going to be about the rent. Or we're not going to put them on occupancy. We all know that. We're going to take care of our own. We have to have that ethical. So when I went to NASDA, NASDA from Colorado were on the screens. Now, I said, let's cut on. I got 1 minute, but let's cut on. This letter, it wasn't allowed to become a petition resolution. So I used it by memory to talk about the tribes, NASA, and large land base, treaties. But the NASA, our ancestors didn't agree to nine reservations to pay rent. I said, that don't work for large tribes. Then I asked about policy. With that, they said, I said, there's policy that we're coming with tribal members, the homeless. I talked to all the other tribes, large land base, and it comes down to homeless and quality of life. And I said, treaty. And I said, let talk with Koki. So they took all that. They talked about this now, the reauthorization. Just real briefly, I'd like to reaffirm my motion that I wanted a government-to-government consultation with NASA because what they told me was most of your policy enforced is from your local. Because I had issues with I told them what was coming about and even this rent increase.
He's making a motion.
No, I'm making a motion then. A motion to reaffirm my motion. And I don't know what the status was, but in November, I put a motion forward so that we can bring Mazda here, and bring Hart here, and we can ask these questions about policy. Because they don't know that may work for a large land base, may work for small tribes, but large land-based tribes, Nazda don't work for us. So I like to reaffirm my motion, and I don't know, when we make motions here, and it's a council directive, I don't know whose motions are more important than others, but directives aren't being followed. I know that a lot of motions, looking at the minutes, whose motions are more important or who can follow up, things like that. So I made that in November, so.
Motion to have Bud come
No, he wants government to government consultation
Yeah.
with Nahasna.
with the
Here.
hospital.
But why don't
Here,
you,
Yeah.
Out of order.
Sorry, I was just asking.
Royal,
for clarification.
why don't you direct me to write the letter? Direct me to write the letter.
Second. Oh, I'll call for question.
Who seconded that?
Wait.
And question by Emily. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Hello, Apollo.
And then
Can I say something about Nahasna? Sure. Okay, Nahasna is a law to the CFR is enacted in 1996. What it stands for is Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. And right now it provides the formula funding to Indian tribes so they can provide affordable housing. And that hasn't been reauthorized since 2013. What they're trying to do right now is get it reauthorized because we're stuck at that. That's why we still keep getting the same money that we always get. It's stuck at that funding level, the allocation amount. So unless that gets reauthorized, then maybe they can do some changes as far as the funding and allocation amounts and all that. We're not gonna get stuck there until it gets reauthorized.
So, like I asked, you send the letter to HUD, right? Not in the hospital.
It's a
Yeah,
good.
that's just a
Oh, minutes.
Yep, you're next.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think we're getting in the weeds. They're only asking for an amount to be raised to those 13 people that are over income.
5%, right?
I would make a motion to approve the 5% to those 13 over income in SWA units.
Second. 5% increase.
Yeah.
Remember, Bill had that motion yesterday that was tabled, and he wanted a roll
He's out of
call,
the
right?
room.
Well, he just asked for a roll call vote whenever we vote on it.
Yeah, he's in.
Oh, want a roll call? Sure. I'll roll call.
On the 13 units?
On the 13 units that are over income.
Approve the 5%.
Yeah. And then can we please take the break to honor
Yes.
my formerly tribal member? Because we're getting in the weeds. Thank you.
Motion by Wayne, seconded by Tammy. Question. Question by Mike. All in favor? Roll call. You want roll call?
President,
Wayne, do you want roll call?
Roll call, sure.
President,
Because
just
that's
yesterday,
a bill request.
yesterday in the motion, it also said that those increases would not start until the renovations were complete.
Renovations are done.
So if we could
You
just
wanna
also
add
add,
that language in there, Wayne?
Yes,
Okay.
only after the home is fully renovated.
Thank you, council. But I do want to say one thing on behalf of our board. You pick and you select your board members.
Yeah.
Yes, you have oversight, but that's up to the board and they already have a motion on there. It'd be nice if you recommended that and then the board takes that on
What is it?
and changes it. They already have a motion for these higher rents at, I think it's at 10, is it,
It was for the 80% and then it was 10,
and then
10%.
12.
And then for the 12, it was, what was this?
Yeah, and
Oh,
they
I'm
were
working
gonna
this one.
increase that, so it'd be, I mean,
Motion should be a
you
motion to
don't like
support.
it, but maybe you guys don't like it, but I think you have a board and it'd be nice to make the recommendation.
That's not in the paperwork that I got in front of me.
Well, yeah, we've been up here a few
No,
times.
the stuff that you gave today only says,
This is what Sherry
This is
asked
what
for.
Sherry
Yeah.
asked for.
What Sherry asked us to do was calculate it at 5%, 7%, and 10%.
And
So
yesterday,
that's what
the
we
board motions were, they've been on the board motion for 10, at 80, and 12,
You roll call on that 5 years.
well, I'm going for 5.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Okay, Dolores Holtzman,
Yes.
Christopher Eaglebear,
oh
I agree with it, but I also agree with what she's saying too, though. So, I mean,
Bring it back next week.
Yeah. No. I don't want to table it because the pieces are needed, but I do want to respect the boards and give them that separation that should be there. I'll say yes though, because I know that they do need it.
Not Bear Shields. You want to see Cowboy Right?
Yes.
Stanley Woodman. Shell Hollow Horn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk.
I want to wait until, now it's gonna get to address the policies, so, no, yeah.
Huh?
Robert Radlingleaf. Charles Ray Jr.
Yeah.
William Bill Marshall.
Yes. Robert's
Wayne
here. Isn't he?
Frederick.
He left for the day.
Oh. Wayne, yes.
Emily Boyd Valandra.
Before I vote, I just want to make sure, is there any level of conflict of interest in light of what Monica said versus what the board already made a decision and now I'm here on council? I would like to vote, but I just wanted to make sure that there is no conflict of interest for me to vote.
No, there isn't.
Oh, I'll vote yes.
Yeah, because it's a recommendation, right, from the board? Or do they have the authority to?
Alvin Bearhill Senior.
No.
Jerry Wright. Camelot Wilcox.
I'm gonna say yes, and if the authority of, if the board, SWA board had that much authority to not adhere to a council motion or whatnot, or suggest their own, then why did they pause the rent? Why increases without, questioning that at that time when we made that motion? So if the board had that much authority, they would have went through with that motion, did what they wanted to do.
Point of order, just yes or no?
Whatnot. Yes.
Oh, dear, I don't wanna get people mad.
Nyla Hildensyte. Michael R. Bolt Senior.
Michael R. Vogt Senior votes yes.
William Kindle.
No.
Ben Blackburn III.
No.
Marion Little Thunder.
I will vote yes.
Tim Yak. 4 no. And 6 absent.
Motion carried.
And thank you, council, and I gave her the, audit for the 24th.
We'll have the,
Question before they leave.
Mike.
If I could ask Rose, particular, because I think it might be in her bailiwick. Just, Rose, I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I would direct it at you, Rose, because you probably would know. When you evict somebody in the past, when you have evicted someone, has anybody attended that's ever used and has ever used, successfully used the excuse that housing hasn't kept up with taking care of my house, ergo I asked the judge not to evict me? You know, see what I'm saying?
No,
So they've always allowed the evictions irregardless of the tenant's plea that, well, housing hasn't lived up to their part.
where that actually comes from when they say that, I'm not gonna pay my rent because you don't fix my house. That comes from landlord tenant code and it was mentioned here yesterday. But if you read the A and the B on there, the A says that, you can either move out, or B says that, you have to start an escrow account and pay all your rent in there. So when housing fixes your house, you can get that out of the escrow account and pay your rent. That way there'll be no
That suggests
delinquency.
to me that SWA is not violating somebody's civil rights because they don't, because they're trying to evict them and they shouldn't be evicted because housing has done their part.
So far, the only ones that we've done have been,
It's never been successful.
meth-related and majority of them.
So it really has no legal basis in that argument. That's really what I'm getting at. Thank you, you answered my question.
Thanks, Ben, Alvin, and Toby.
Just a quick one I want to think of from coming, but I also want to say, I kind of hope there's no retaliation from SWA to any of the tenants because of this decision that was made here in council. I know there's a lot of upset people that are out there, but that's just the way, I guess, from the entity of the SWA board to the council here. And those are just my concerns. It's gonna happen. I know it will. So I just want to make sure that, we have that clarity that it doesn't happen. So, I mean, as you always know, every time we make a decision here, there's always ramifications no matter what. So we just want to make sure that that doesn't happen as we move forward with stuff. So, but,
No, there wouldn't be because most of them are staying at the lower rent anyway.
It's the 13th.
thank you. That's all we need to.
Elvin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All thing I have to say is that, your upkeep of these rental units is not up to par. And I think you should make the effort to repair these houses. That's what I'd say.
Royal.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that, also, heard and knows that when they said, they asked about the rent increases, they said 30% or no rent at all. They said, if you were to do no rent, you would, just put it in your formula. Just put it in your formula.
Upgrade your.
Then we just watched it.
Before they go, there were a couple of comments made today. They said, working good with what we have and being in compliance. We haven't been in compliance for a long time. We've requested HASDA and HUD to come here for years. We need to make sure that in that letter, they do come, because they do need to see how some of our people live. Some of those houses aren't good at all, especially with the addictions that we have here with drugs and alcohol, sex trafficking. So, and with the cost of everything going up. But we need to find our balance here, because some of our people aren't living in a good way in those homes. We should go in and take pictures, let HUD come through and walk through and see. But it's not good for some of our people. And we need to also help them do budgeting and stuff. When you get your money first of the month, first thing should be paid is your lights and your propane. We might get cut again. We still might have some hard times coming for the people, so we need to find our balance here. But some people aren't living good in these houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more motion.
Oh, yeah. Wait.
One motion for the Sioux tribes to take over, or to send a letter to the Bureau that we are in favor of taking over all national parks within our treaty boundaries. Write the letter to request it.
Second.
You're gonna take over all national parks.
Like just Rosebud?
Huh?
Like just Rosebud?
Sioux tribes.
Oh, all of
All
them.
Sioux tribes.
Like what's going on over there? Can we speak for?
All national parks.
All national parks within our treaty boundaries.
There's a hole right there.
We have a question. Can we speak for other tribal nations?
No, that we take over. Then there's already a formulation of Sioux tribes. That's what tribal chairman.
Oh, I know, but can we speak for them at the council? Can we speak for the whole?
It'll go back to them to send resolutions to them.
So we're requesting that they send it. We're not, okay, thank you.
Motion by Wayne, second. Hey, Chris, second. Or-
Yeah, I second it.
Charles, question?
Who? Charles. All in favor?
Then, 11,
Opposed?
1,
Not voting.
2,
11-1-2, motion carried. Okay, council, we'll move on to, Linda's retirement honoring. Unfortunately, she's, was in the hospital right now and she's unable to come. We have Eileen, Marvin, and Darlene here who will come up on her behalf, and Luanda, you want to come up? Linda has dedicated 24 years and 4 months of meaningful work for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. You deserve this retirement to take time to relax and enjoy a bit more. Your devotion and productiveness has left a lasting legacy here with you and will be missed. It's from President Kathy Woodnight. Sorry. Hi. Can you get that top? Yes. Thank you. And Linda is she's watching on YouTube right now in her hospital. Say hi to Lisa.
I wanna, thank you for, in behalf of Linda, us, three sisters, and Cheryl came, but she went up to the hospital to, put it on the phone so she could watch it, but she wanted to make sure that we thanked you for this honoring. She really wanted to be here, but she unfortunately couldn't, but we just wanted to make sure that you knew how thankful she is, grateful for this honoring today. And she did many years she worked, so this is really something for her. She worked many years for the tribe and many years for Cobb County Schools, so she's in her retirement age, she earned it, so thank you.
I want to say thank you to Linda. If you can hear us, I thank you for your hard work and dedication to the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. We're going to miss seeing you around the tribal building. Wayne.
I just want to say thank you to Linda and the family. No matter what, whenever I was first on council 10 years ago, she had no problem actually offering information freely, and I always respected that. Thank you, Paul. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Linda, for all your years of service, for your sisters being here to represent you, and continued prayers for good healing for you. Thank you for all your years of work for the people.
Royal.
Yeah, I want to say, as far as retirement, I knew Linda for many years. She knew my mom, sweet, and I'm thankful for the DeVille sisters because they had a lot of respect for my dad, and when my dad passed away, they did a lot of the cooking and also the services, and the family. My dad grew up with them through those ways, Pentecostal. Pastor Gabe was a good friend of mine. Sat in his chair, and he always liked that there was a song. It says, "Ate Wakataka," Father God. Father God, and then it says, bless us, bless everything that we do, and we want a good health, and how we pray, and I know that when it comes to the Pentecostal church and the beliefs that my dad grew up with the DeVilles and the Gurus, so sad to hear about Linda in the hospital, but I want to share that song with the sisters and Linda in the hospital. We chose a nick de lo yo oh yeah lo yo oh below. Thank you.
On behalf of Sichung Resource Development, our staff has worked down the hall from her and known her for some years, and she was a great woman. She always had good energy and had little snacks for the kids that came through, like a uchi, and really appreciated her. And sad to see her leaving, but I know that it's good for her spirit to rest too during the time of her health needs to be addressed.
See, when you see the Liam director?
I like to sing a song for Linda.
Oh, that's a, people mixed up.
We do have a cake for Linda in the back, then we can start serving it. Any other words?
I want to have the final word. I came back to the tribe, as you guys know, from the military, and I started working with Linda in 2010. And so over the years, of course, we are not only co-workers and her as my director, but we're also friends. You know, when you get to know your co-workers on that level, it's very hard to see her go. I miss her. She's my sparring partner for all things transportation. A lot of good guidance, and like Jen said, a lot of laughs, you know, a lot of sharing food together. And so, you know, I'm gonna miss that that friendship with her at work, with our work family. And but we have SRD down the hallway, so we always do holiday meals together. So if you guys listen in closely, we have holiday meals we share. You guys, you're always more than welcome to come over, but that's just the energy that Linda, you know, brought to the two programs. We work side by side in that hallway there. And so she will be very, very, very missed. And so I hope she enjoys her retirement. And rest, Linda, know you're a busybody, but you need to get your rest. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go ahead and put up the cake. Is somebody gonna put it up for you? Tanya?
That's all same thing.
Thank you. It was not a second.
So thank you for coming.
Give her hugs. Oh, tell her thank you so much.
Okay. Good to see you. Hey. And how is she? Darn it. We're kind of catching those. Hey.
Yeah.
That's use your hands.
Oh, and I
Yeah, go get sugar
Gary?
She feels better. She feels better.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my neighbor.
Everything's good.
76 as amended.
as amended.
Who made that motion?
Second. Mike, question, wait, all in favor? Opposed,
Zero,
not voting.
3. Yeah.
Eric, we're here on the transportation. Did you get him? Okay. Okay.
Bring that on, Madam Chair. Motion for emergency legislation?
I'll second here. Is this the Lambert Bridge?
No, it's the one way in the back. It's the Cherry Top one.
Oh, it's in that folder.
It's a thick packet. Three resolutions.
What's it under? It's in the transportation. But we did the bridgey ones already, right?
22648?
So it already has a number, so you just make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion to approve 2026-48.
There's a second. Second by Chris.
Is it emergency legislation or they go through committee? It went through committee?
It went to committee, but it has a number on it.
It already has a number, awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, Chris seconded it. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay. It's kind of. Okay, that's it. The seventh whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Program has proposed a utility agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Program and the Cherry Todd Electric Company Cooperative Utility for construction of the VIA Route 7 Regional Improvement Project grading phase 8.4 miles east of Rosebud to US Highway 83, the project. Whereas in accordance 3 CFR 645, utility relocation accommodations on federal aid highway. Cherry Todd Electric Company is the owner of the utility pole that require relocation and will provide the service to complete the relocation and acquire the right of way as set forth by the RST ordinance number 24-125. Cherry Todd Electric is the sole source. Whereas the source funding is provided from the awarded federal service transportation grant program, fiscal year 2022. Rural funds will fund 80% of the project cost. The remaining funds through the Rosebud Sioux Tribes Transportation Program, Tribal Transportation Program funds, TTP. United States Department of Transportation is the agency administering both rural surface transportation grant and TTP funds. The cost of the breakout. Rural surface transportation grant is $1,080,000, and the RST Tribal Transportation Program is $270,000. It's 20%. Got a breakdown of the TTP funds. And whereas the project requires construction and temporary construction easements for County Route 310, Lakeview Road, 269 Avenue, and County Road 307, that's my copy stands for 209. Next street. The utility has a 66-foot right-of-way for County Routes 310 and 307. Existing power lines be adjusted, repaired, replaced, and or relocated outside the original right-of-way or section line right-of-way. And the parties agree that the cost of the relocation shall be paid by the RST Transportation Program. Rural Surface Transportation Grant Program fiscal year 2022 funds and the Rosebud Sioux Tribes Tribal Transportation Program funds. And whereas utility will acquire any needed additional easements required outside acquired utility easements, including the right-of-way on trust land in accordance with 25 CFR Part 169 right-of-way. And whereas the RST transportation program shall reimburse the utility a total estimate amount of $1,350,000 with an initial mobilization payment of $1 million for the purchase of materials, mobilization, and initial work. And whereas should the total construction cost of the utilities replacement and relocation exceed this agreement, the total construction cost estimate of $1,350,000, an amendment to this agreement shall be provided, be approved by tribal council. And whereas the parties agree to submit all legal disputes that may arise under this agreement to mediation, and if the parties are unable to reach an agreement through mediation, then the parties agree to submit such dispute to binding arbitration. And whereas a legal claim shall extend only to damages, claim that relates directly to the obligations of the owner pursuant to this agreement. No action or claim will be brought against owner which extends beyond or exceeds the obligation of the owner pursuant to this agreement. A judgment and award against the RST transportation program made in accordance with this dispute resolution provisions of this agreement may be satisfied only from the owner's available tribal transportation program and from no other source. The parties hereby consent to the jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux tribal courts for purposes of disputes under this contract. And whereas the utility shall comply with any and all applicable federal and state tribal law, ordinances, taxes, and fees in the performance of this agreement. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 4, 2-1, Sovereign Immunity provides that, except as required by federal law or the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe, are specifically waived by a resolution or ordinance of the tribal council, making specific reference to such. Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its officers and employees shall be immune from suit in any civil action or any liability arising from the performance of their official duties. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to enter into the utilities agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Program and the Terry Todd Electric Cooperative, and to approve the provisions of the agreement that require the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to submit disputes unresolved by mediation and binding arbitration. Now therefore be resolved.
Emily. Oh, wait, did we get a second on it? You get a second. Oh, yeah, you did. It was Chris. Okay. Whatever.
I just had a couple questions. The first one is, I'm going to use up all my time, so I'm going to ask the question first and then you could answer. But the first question is, did this go through TUC or Land and Natural for the easement part of it? And has there been any discussions on cost or negotiated something for the easement? I know that historically that's been an issue for us in this entity, so I was just wondering, has that aspect been handled with TUC or the committee? And then second question is, when it's talking about the agreement, what is the agreement? Is there an attached agreement that we're signing on to, or is the resolution itself the agreement?
I gave you the utility agreement.
Where was that? This. So
yes.
this should be, okay, so I didn't have a chance to read through this yet. Okay, thank you.
For your first question, I think so. Cherry Todd already, when they put the poles are out there. It's for BIA 7 out here.
No, so there's a right-of-way easement process that you'd have to fill out an application with the BIA, and then those go through the TUC. Once the TUC approves them, they come through Land and Natural for approval, and I didn't see any of that in here, so I was just wondering, is that going to be bypassed in this situation? And I'm only bringing it up because of our like I said, the history of the easements and right of ways.
I think it's already been done because they said they had easements of 66 feet around the poles.
But what
So if it
you
goes-
just read said that it's not within the existing easement, so that's why I just want
was
clarification.
if anything within, isn't within the easements, then Cherry Todd will go through the process of getting the easements
Okay,
to move them further out if they need to, if it doesn't fall between
so the work.
what they have.
So the work with this agreement is within the existing right of way right now? Nothing is
Yes.
gonna be beyond the existing right of way? Because I thought when you were reading, it said that there's a portion of it that's gonna have to be moved out of the
Yes, the
existing.
poles are gonna have to be taken out, put it
And-
on the other side, and then they're gonna have to blade it, go into ditches, bring up the road. That's why they're moving the poles
It's
out
just
of
a
the way.
temporary thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then move
Then
back.
they move them back to within.
Out of order.
And is that a normal process where we are, do that top, like a tipple? I mean, because we're gonna be disturbing ground to put temporary poles in. So no matter what, we would need to identify what land is gonna be disturbed and all of that. So that's why I'm just wondering, what, is that process handled, or is that the next step, or did it already take place?
My understanding, Cherry Todd is gonna go through the process of doing that.
So we
If
are,
if it's not already in their scope already, that they did already, they had to put the poles in at one time.
okay.
So something was done there.
I just want to ask Eric real fast. So Eric, if we approve this resolution and the agreement or whatever, are we in there pre-approving any additional easement?
That I don't know, that's a question for programming director. There was another agreement where Cherry Todd was contracted to get those easements. And that was done first.
So they might already have the easement then?
I assume so, like I said, I couldn't tell you in black and white because that's more of a question.
Okay, I just wanted to ask because I know we got a nice little process going with the other easement process, and I just want to make sure we're not, bypassing that in any way. Thank you. Wait.
Yeah. So Eric, Emily covered most of what I was going to ask. So even though they will be moving it outside of the current right of way to put the poles, can we add a whereas where it says that the Cherry Todd has to apply for clearance through the PHPO to make sure? Because there's going to be ground disturbance. Obviously, they're digging a hole. And if it's over there, and then they're going to come back, that's fine because that's already been in a previously surveyed right of way. But even if you're outside that right of way, it's got to have a clearance for the poles.
Or like a lease?
Because even if the fence is for, like now when we do ranchers, when ranchers are changing their fence lines, they have to have a THPO survey done, even if it was already existing. And they're free. I mean, it's just that you have to have it.
Right. Ask a question. So if you want to verify that those areas outside of the right of way have been surveyed,
Surveyed.
do you want to hold off and get that answer from the program director? Because I don't know. Rather than, if you add it as a whereas, then what's the timeline for verifying those art surveys before they can begin to work?
That's what I mean. Just can't we put it in here as a whereas, like an amendment?
Well, you can put it in the resolution, but it's not in the contract. That's why I said, do you want to hold off on approving the?
Is this time sensitive?
Look on the second page, yeah, they're trying to move on that grading part of it. On the second page at the second whereas, does that answer your question? The utility will acquire any needed additional easements required outside.
Which whereas?
Second to
The
last.
second from bottom. Where it has the CFR 69 right of ways.
And if I could, the art surveys are different from the easements, and I assume they can't get an easement without a survey. Like I said, that's a question for the program director, whether or not they went through that process. I assume they did, because I just drafted the resolution based on the agreement, not on the preliminary work. That the agreement presumes have already been performed.
Yeah, and if it doesn't say it, I mean, can we bring it back on the 29th?
On the 22nd?
Oh, 22nd? Yeah, 22nd. I'll table it till the 22nd until we have those things. Because they should have like a map included as well. other than just saying where it's gonna be. Thank you.
Motion by Wayne, second. The table.
Can I make a comment before I second? I know, but if we second, then we won't be able to I just wanted to make a comment that,
On the second, go into discussion.
but if you second, then we won't have a discussion because it's a tabling motion.
You'd have a discussion after.
But if it's tabled, you can't discuss it.
You can't discuss it after.
I was just trying to preface before that is that if we could have any research done on the leasing of it, because if we're gonna have temporary moving of line and disturbance of land and it's in somebody's range in it or something, I think that we should at least have a communication of that also. So I was just gonna, as I second, ask that get done before the next meeting as well.
Transportation program, text me back. What is it? Dipple will be on site as needed because the land is already disturbed. So if needed, CTEC will acquire the easements. The whole survey has been done, and the observer will be on site areas of concern in the grading section.
Okay. I'll drop.
Motion to table withdrawn. Okay, Emily, you're next. I had you down for next. Or is that?
The question I had was about the land. If we're gonna be temporarily moving the lot, is it gonna be interfering in anybody's usable lease area? Do you know if that's been identified?
I don't know.
Because almost all of our land, especially along the roads, are in pastures or in some kind of leases. And if we're gonna be temporarily moving it over, then we might have to adjust lease revenue. Otherwise, people would be paying for areas that they're not eligible to graze in. Because I'm assuming they're gonna have a new fence line or a temporary construction zone or something.
I don't think they moved it. I don't think they're gonna move the fence line. It's just a pole. So if they move the poles in the line, all you're gonna have is the same line, but a what, 12 by hole there?
Oh, because those are in the ditch.
Yeah.
Okay. Put the fence back.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if they're temporarily moving poles, I would just want to know that there's been land discussion or at least land clearance about if it's going to interfere in anybody's lease or not. That's my question.
I wouldn't think it would because it's just a pole and a pole takes up, you know.
The act of digging a pole and having machinery out there.
Any further discussion? Call for the question. Wayne. Wayne, you seconded it.
Oh, I seconded it.
Question. Question by Ken. All in favor?
And 10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
0-1. Any other time sensitive?
We have this. Nobody's next. I have a social services one. And it's,
Is that for the burials?
yeah,
Okay. Is that in your folder?
I have it.
They just passed it out.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get one. Is it already assigned a number or does it?
Yeah.
The petition resolution?
Reconsider in a minute.
Okay.
So reconsider an amendment.
21, 148,
Third time.
We got
consider an amendment.
Third time.
2021, 148. Is that the one?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Cowboy, you're up.
Ready to read it? Okay.
So it'll be a motion to reconsider and amend, right?
Okay, motion to reconsider an amendment.
Is it this one?
2021, 148. And I'll just read in what's being amended.
I need a second.
Oh, sorry.
Right then.
Add another.
Okay. Go ahead and read in here.
Okay, so it's gonna be the fifth whereas. That should be bolded on yours, but it's and other burial.
I'll call for a question.
Let me read it. And then the next
Oh, sorry, I
whereas.
thought it was just that one.
No, and it's the next whereas after that one. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth whereas was added. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is aware that many of the deaths had occurred without consistent identification of cause of death. They are They are deaths that do not have the documentation of the reason of death. Also, there have been many deaths that occur in later periods that follow the individual having had contracted COVID, but death often is listed from another illness that has even to be fatal. Some other amendments.
Will we strike that one?
And
That's it. Yeah. I'll call for question if there's no question.
any discussion? Question by Emily, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
zero.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily.
I was just wondering, Eric, if I could address, I have to leave at 3. So I was wondering if I could quickly address an executive session. And if it's gonna take longer than 5 minutes, then I'll wait till the next meeting.
You better wait, because, just a suggestion, because we have Shelley and I'm here, what do you guys think? And we're gonna break quorum here at 3:00.
Yeah, because you got contracts to approve it.
That's what, this information.
It was just informational. I told them that if we didn't have a quorum, I asked Shelley if they could stay so he can inform us informally.
Okay.
Or use information. I don't know. Zero's gonna take.
What do you guys want to do?
I just was asking for 5 minutes in executive
Okay.
session with Eric. If it's gonna take longer than that, then I'll address it at a
Call him
different
in.
meeting.
Call him in.
And you need
Eric,
Eric
could you
here?
go get Eric, please?
I'll go ahead and declare us an executive session.
Madam, I'm here until the business is done.
Okay.
I'll have it come back then.
You weren't last night.